Hello everyone! Merry Christmas everyone! Or your holiday of choice really. Mine were, well, I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, where were we? I forgot. Like, where were we? Like, let me see the history here. Alright, Right, this statement. I remember. It's a camera.
Objection!
Like it's been like a hot second. I forgot we had that entire thing with like the gunshot that was not mentioned, and everything, and I had an issue with like that statement popping up. Like I needed it to pop up to present the camera. I remember now, sort of. Mr. Dever, do you remember this camera? I think that's a yes. But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. I hope you don't mind. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Trevor. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? Just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. That's right, it's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord, it would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Sorry, I had to accommodate my mic for a second. I thought I put it correctly, but it wasn't. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Trevor is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone. Yes, my lord, and clearly it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. I had a yawn. I ate too much these holidays and I've not been feeling well because I'm not used to eating like that much consistently, and my body's... If my body was out of whack because of the heat before, it's worse out of whack now. Just for the record. If I stop it's because I'm having a moment. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? Well, the only person that would make sense for him to protect at this point, considering what we know, is Scythe. Like, she's the accomplice. Clearly she has something going on here.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? What? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Yeah, there's also that. She was a coroner, so... Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
Unless they had a lot of money. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would take the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe will consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Trevor's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. He switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Bro, the desk! Lorban 6 and your desk. Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. What does me? It's just the sort of tale Londonese would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard covered up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. Who was that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? And dispose of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at the present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place of wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my land Nipponese friend? Consider what exactly? Do you realize what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could guarantee it. To rely on some staged deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was not petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim. No. There is a contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Trevor's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. Why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? I love how he just like stretches backwards just to avoid the chalice. Great work, customer. You look great, sweetie. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asman to Trevor? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. I slept so much last night, I'm so sleepy. Again, I'm pretty sure it's because I've been eating too much. I have too many calories in my body and my body doesn't know what to do with it. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains what the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Well, it has to be the 10-year-old article. Like, thinking about it, like, is Asman's signature here and is visible here as well. Clearly it's the same man. So if Asman had not actually drawn his face, or they had not used it, well, he was also the person who wrote the article, so if he had not used his name, Trevor wouldn't have found himself in the situation that he did. Is this newspaper article, my lord? That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That rebel shouldn't have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. What other evidence? Also, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which when cross-examined with cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed. God, I can't read. Anyway,
Take that!
have the contract. Is this contract, my lord? Mr. Trevor, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odi Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my land friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Take that!
What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature. The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Driver and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Driver 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odi Asman.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why will that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Driver talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffer retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. It was the only paper with a bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, that single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it was widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article written by Mr. Asman. Enough. Stop this endless dribble about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Driver. Yes, it is true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen, abandoned by some wretch or other, after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that is a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Come on, dude, don't lie. Mr. Driver, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? There was the science trophy. He still had it like displayed and everything back in his place.
Take that!
You remember this, Mr. Driver? We found it at your workshop. Is that A Royal Scientist Trophy for excellence in science. What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Gracious. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Trevor? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is, finally he's going to fold. Who? Oh, of course, you. Ah. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my death the secret from 10 years ago. Now. Good lord! Dr. Sight, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's so true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I had done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Sight, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. Yeah, you know what? I'm starting to think that she did it. Like, she didn't need... Like, this is clearly... It's clearly her. Like, she did it. She killed the guy. I say this primarily because she didn't need to come out and implicate Trevor. She didn't need to say anything if Trevor was the only person at fault and she was coerced at any point. She wouldn't have needed to say anything. So she's clearly taking reins of the situation because she's the person who did it. She's the mastermind. She's the person responsible. I can only apologize now. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no fun in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the grey lie about the that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. Yeah, I think it's more than just that. So then, Mr. Driver, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then. I admit nothing. At all. What? Have you forgotten that the Kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, it's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! Order, order, order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. Hello, Van Six. Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I have heard more than enough now. Here we present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Derber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true, he has slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has said, Dr. Syed has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence. Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Syed suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way this trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is further testimony, because I know it's that bitch.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony. What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume. What are you planning now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. I mean, yeah, clearly, if Syed jumped in immediately when Trevor had a chance to admit to everything and looked like he was about to fall, and he immediately backs down, like, yeah, no, she did it. Like, she did it. Yes, in hindsight. Ah, yes! One word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Thanks, sholmes, asshole. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drever. In case it escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client would get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point in protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Francis, stop doing that. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hollow bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord 16? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! If there is more to this case and has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. Yo, what? Yeah. Like, Van Six clearly has issues, and he's an asshole and racist like every other character in London, but he has some sense of justice and a personal stake on this entire situation, considering the whole thing about his brother. Lord Van Six. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. On your side, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Driver. Aye. Very well. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note took it inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim as indicated in the note's instructions was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensics investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So I was right, the stage and the machine were all especially designed for the deception. So it seems. Ah, no, meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being on the crystal tower instead of under the stage. That's all. That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe the testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. It's like she wants to get away with it. Is the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony? What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? You're almost talking from experience, woman. Like, it sounds like you are. Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Thank you. Thank you.
Hold it!
Interested on that arrangement part. When you say arrange, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asman. So you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your faked autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So the actual cause of death was the trauma resulted from the 30-foot drop. My word. What is it, Mrs. Sato? Something about Dr. Sight's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout, I can hear you perfectly well. Defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh, which part? What I want her to supplement her testimony with is... Well, I would argue the stabbing is more important. How you stabbed Mr. Asman in the chest. That part. Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. He's so silly. Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. Yeah, see, there's something weird about that.
Objection!
Like, I can't put my finger on it, but there's something weird about the way that it, like, about the stab here. What a nasty feeling. That this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my land friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Which shows the victim in the wreckage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement. Well, it is the stab wound. It's the stab wound itself.
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly stands in a downwards direction towards the man's feet. Why? And why is that significant, counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Oh, yeah, like it looked weird. Like, I had the feeling that it was weird. Like, it had to be the stab wound that was weird. Because that's the only thing where you could find an inconsistency and, like, go with it. But honestly, I wasn't thinking about, like, the way that the mark, like, the blood extended downwards. Ah, of course, no, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Syed made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed while inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to leave a form, for it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Ah. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it, I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drever as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you altered a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an iron-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? Also, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Sykes' story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in his testimony? The stabbing, clearly. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards, as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible, the man was dead, remember? No, that is a misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asbat didn't die in the fall. I mean, he's less likely to die because he was in a structure that would have contained most of the force from the fall. Like, he might have been, like, you know, a little shaken up, or a lot shaken up, admittedly, but like you have an entire structure that would protect you, that would take most of the force from the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Hairbrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Driver. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Order, order, order. Can this possibly be true? You been taking me for a fool. It was you, was it? You killed him. You hope that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Driver's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now you're making all this up, as if I would do something like that.
Objection.
I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. That's what she said. Well, what do you mean? I have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Asman? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. Unless... I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. No, when you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? What is it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. It's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Right, the scalpels. She bought like a hilariously large amount of scalpels, which is not normal. Especially because I'm pretty sure that a lot of scalpels in that era weren't like single use. You could just clean them and like sharpen them. So she's buying way too much. And he's known to blackmail. Like Asman, we've been told he does blackmail. So she could have hidden the blackmail. Like she hid the payments of the blackmail that she was probably making as buying scalpels. Like, that makes sense. It's a scalpel, or rather scalpels. Say scalpels. It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You! Come on, out with it! It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big thick book here. That's what she said. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh. What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. Yeah, which is a hilarious amount, even in modern medicine. 500 scalpels a month. At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding, tracing the money from the forensics investigation team's account to find out where it was going. Would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information related to Dr. Sykes' darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence a blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. But we'd have to keep cover up all these long years. Well, yeah, because nobody fucking tells me. I know there's a conspiracy going on and nobody fucking tells me about it. And Sholmes lies to me about it. And I'm just here like, okay, but like, can I have some knowledge about it so I know what the fuck is going on? And it's like, no, fuck you. You're gonna have to find out yourself. Fucking Sholmes. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decided not to, it's very possible that Courtney's side would escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago you told the truth, and you've a rather of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the adult-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know? They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. Can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having a brighter fate in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Driver. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all, in the name of revenge. Fair. You know what? Cool motive. Still murder, but cool motive. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Logate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. It was a year ago. With some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. He happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye about the coroner who'd handle that bogus autopsy being appointed head of the new forensic team. When I learned the news, the cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. Have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Ah, fair. You know what? Fair. It's a better motive than the shit that he pulls in the story where he's from. Which I think I mentioned it last time. In the story he's from, like, Enoch Drever is like a Mormon door-to-door salesman from Utah, I believe. And he ends up causing a woman to kill herself, if I'm not confusing the story with a different one. So, I don't know. I feel like the revenge is a lot more interesting. Like, no offense to actual Enoch Drever from the actual story, but come on. Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? I mean, to be fair, I don't know how much future Hairbrain would have had. No offense, Hairbrain, but you talk bullshit and you're kinda weird. I don't know. I don't trust him to do something of value, that man. So, did I? Professor Hairbrain's only crime was passion for his hypotheses. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I. Well, that's awkward. Oh well. Lord Van Six, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drever. A most regrettable situation indeed. has made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Hairbrain.
Oh, yes?
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
Yeah.
Professor!
No, it's true. Let him have it.
I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor, that's not true.
What?
Don't tie yourself with the same brush as Trevor. What happened was his doing and he's alone. His outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Don't protect your friend. He needs to reconsider his choices. Like Van Six, you don't have to hand it to him. Lord Van Six, under the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. Believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Okay, now I respect the Van Six a little bit more.
Ow! Thank you, Barak.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections. None from me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgiving whatsoever.
How was that? It's done, easy. It's all over.
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant.
Yay! Where are my fucking fireworks?
There they are. Delightful. Court is adjourned.
Yay!
It's over. That was some trial. Yeah, it was really long. Maybe a little necessarily long.
24th of October, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber.
Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain.
Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Sato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Susato, we do need to get paid. Remember Sholmes? He was working in the wax place because he didn't have enough money for the rent. We're gonna have to put more money in the rent this month. We kinda need the cash. Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my. Yes, what am I going to do? Yeah, that's a good question. My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here, too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that? Who can allow that? Oh, it's... Oh, of course it's you. Lord Van Six, what are you doing here? And also, why can you allow that? Why? Barak! I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey and throwing your leg over the bench. Like, you keep doing that. Is the wood for that bench okay? It looks like mahogany. It feels like you're breaking it. How expensive is it to change that? It feels very expensive. You're one of the few true friends that I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew that you had my best interest at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But now, how long that mean at Barak? What about the great exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barak. Lord Van Six? What's all this about? Unnecessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Alice told me that when you met Lord Van Six at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. Oh, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet the end days or sometimes months after their acquittal. There's been a pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. So, perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent as spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Barak! Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm fucking him off to Germany at once. Right, you don't have to get all on my face about it. Does your friendship package get any say in it? No, he does not. Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Doctor, for a moment, I was thinking about herring. Was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Six? In court where people think of him as a reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. No, it was not. It was... No. No. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. And I'll never see him again, thank God. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes! I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Okay. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The Enigma Baron Van Six. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? I mean, we already kinda had a discussion with him at the end of the first game that seems to be alone in the courtroom, considering there's not even the shadows of people in the stands and whatnot. So, it's not like it's... unless this is the... like, that was a flashback to these. Yeah, I already did that. Oh. I'm so sorry, I hit my mic. The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. October, 4:58 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Just one of them. Doesn't matter which one. Well, this is awkward. So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so? I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. I assume it's because you're racist. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. Which is funny, because he's not even the first guy to be racist around you. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here, and also you were being racist. But now, I think differently. I think you're just regular racist. Like, in general. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led you to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? Like, a special dislike. Because, like, there's a baseline racism permeating everyone, most, if not all of the cast in London. Maybe not Sholmes, but Sholmes is a special case. Like, all of the British cast have, like, this minimum level of racism, but then there's layers. Like, you have a baseline, and then everybody else. And Van Six is like, he has the baseline, and also this shit. The Professor! I thought I'd never hear that name in the courtroom again. To be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Six. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He had a better accent also. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. because you know we do a lot of colonialism in Britain. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas, and by that I mean imposing on knowledge and or ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh, if it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Okay, so Yuji Mikotoba is involved in this shit, clearly. Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father? He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. I might have been a little bit of an otaku, as they call them. 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. Last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord 16, truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. I started to listen to Evanescence. My Chemical Romance was not popular yet. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man soon ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight. Are you aware of the political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. Not that it's gonna mean anything in a couple of years. Our relationship is gonna degrade. And then the Russo-Japanese War is gonna happen. And World War I. And Japanese nationalism is gonna go into the rise. And that's gonna end up in them joining with Germany in World War II. And then it just gets worse. For both sides of the argument, for the we're not gonna. Great Britain is not gonna get better. We should have had Thatcher. That was a mistake. The leaders of our countries were deep in extensive political discussions, which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could have very well ended up at war. For a single guy, I'm gonna point out, that's kind of ridiculous. Like, for a single guy, I get it that Clint Van Six was, like, important. Head of prosecutors and everything. But he would have been tried, like, here, like, in Britain. So, like, they would have had full jurisdiction. Japan literally just gives them the guy, and he's like, we're sorry we sent the guy that was planning to kill you, it wasn't our idea. Like, they probably would have had to do something to smooth out the situation, but Britain would have full control of, like, the trial, they would get to execute him, they could make, like, an entire thing out of it, and yeah, the treaty would probably would have gone to shit, but I don't think it would have necessarily ended up in war. Like, the guy... Yeah, he was a noble and he was like, you know, a prosecutor and whatever. But like, he's not fucking Franz Ferdinand. Like, the tensions weren't as high between the 2 countries for it to... Like, if you're discussing a treaty, your tensions are not that high that you require to hide something like this to avoid a war. Like, it would sour relationships, but I don't think it would have gone to war. It's an understandable, like, thought process, but I think that maybe it was a little bit of a... You're taking it too far, sweetie. What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? Honestly, that would have been funny. But that would mean... Oh, mine, you mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
I do wish they gave him a vampire accent. I know he's British, I don't care. I think the vampire accent is funnier.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
He's a person. Like a serial killer, but a person.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum.
Yeah, I can see that.
So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Okay.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before.
That is such a Japanese mustache.
Was Japanese.
Yeah, okay, we get it. But six, that does not cover the fact that you're like, you have baseline racism for the record. Like, I get it, you have like a character motive, you have like a backstory motive for your racism. But like, you clearly have baseline racism, and then you have the backstory racism. The backstory explained racism. So, we need to work on the baseline. We need to work on that one first.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
That face.
Yeah? Do you recognize him?
I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Uh-huh. Boyfriend? Why are you so dramatic? Boyfriend, what the fuck? I know it's you, Casimir. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, I think this is... Yeah, we know it's you. Okay, we get... Like, the hairstyle, yeah.
Father.
What?
What? Father?
Yeah, my reaction to that. Yeah, we know, Scott. Look, you don't have to make like an entire thing of the game. We knew that it was him, okay? We knew.
Kazuma!
Yeah, we know. It was obvious.
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi.
My boyfriend who died, but no, because fucking Sholmes didn't tell us that actually he was alive.
After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
Yeah. He's still aura farming.
He stood there before me.
Yeah, an aura farm. Like, can you? You don't even have the bandana. You didn't even have the thingy. Like, you don't have to aura. Like, look, his cravat is aura farming. The fuck is wrong with you?
Ryunosuke.
Hi, boyfriend. It's been a long year. I have to live under the same roof with the most annoying man in the world. I miss you so much. Do you wanna go out and take some tea, and you can tell me about what happened this last year with you, because clearly stuff has happened and you're not dead, which I thought you were. Yeah, things. Can you
Hello again.
Can you hug? Like, this is the kind of moment where you guys could use like a hug, like some, you know.
My friend.
Aw, that's sweet, but also hug.
Kazuma-sama!
Like, can you hug?
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
She has a name.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
Yeah, okay, can we hug?
It was an honor.
Like, I appreciate you two dealing with whatever the fuck you were dealing, because I can only assume that Susato was at least in some of this bullshit. Like, in it. Like, she was in some of this bullshit considering the Jujin stuff. Hug? Hug?
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
No, we did. No, that's not true. We thought he was fucking dead for like a year. Well, 6. No, yeah, like a year. Like it hasn't been this long since we saw this guy exist. So yeah, it's been a year. We thought he was dead, and Sholmes didn't want to tell us that he wasn't because he's a piece of shit.
I owe you thanks, too,
Hug.
for taking good care of that in my absence.
Hug.
Oh,
Yeah, the sword that is your soul. Yeah, do you want it back? Can we hug and I'll give you back your sword?
Karuma. Great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations.
Which is, again, funny because I'm pretty sure Karma is like Bon Karma's Japanese name. So, funny.
When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it.
Yeah, and also, if I'm not mistaken about the entire plot here, he was supposed to use it to kill a man.
But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
I sleep with my sword because it makes me feel safe.
With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last.
Father.
Okay, so that's... Okay, I get it now. So that's what Strongheart has over Kazuma. That's what he had. Like, I get, like, my thing here is clearly this is what Strongheart was using to convince Kazuma to go to lead, like, to be like, hey, do you want to come to Great Britain? Do you want to come to London? Spend like a couple of weeks learning how to be a lawyer and also kill this guy. I need you to kill this guy. Because we know that from the note that we got, he's probably the one that is supposed to kill Gregson, who I'm guessing is gonna die in this chapter, realistically. If not on the last one. There's 2 left. So the thing here, the thing that gets me is what exactly did he promise Kazuma that he was gonna get, like, was it like what happened to his dad because he just got, like, he basically never came back from Great Britain with which, well, Eugene and whoever else came with them, because it was 3 people, clearly came back. It might be the judge. It might be evil judge. It might be obviously evil judge because he has a name, and every judge that has a name is clearly evil. It might have that one. It might be that one, just like what happened to him, or he might have offered him. He might have told him what happened to him, and then been like, but actually it's more complicated than that, and if you come here and kill this guy, I will give you the answer that you're looking for. Like, that's the 2 most likely possibilities, I fear. Also, I have to remind everybody that Van Six is in the room right now.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time?
Okay, so if he knew, then strong male... strong heart. What do you... male strong heart? It's like I want to combine the first name with the last name. That means strong heart probably knows something about the professor murders, and that's what he offered to Kazuma.
I'm looking at it. But I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
You're being so dramatic. It's not even your dad. What?
Kazuma-sama.
It's gonna cost a lot of money.
Ryunosuke.
Like, do you have the cash to repay 2 spells? Because, like, that's gonna be very expensive. No offense, honey. Just think about my wallet.
We have much to talk about, but now is not the time.
Do you want to go on a date anyway? We can just not talk about this.
I'll be seeing you.
On the nearby cafe? Band 6, do you have anything to say about this?
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Okay, and where's Band 6? Like, is he sitting on one of the benches, just like staring at it and like shaking his silly little legs and being like, "Tee I love drama." Wait, no, he needs to have the access. I've loved drama. It's so entertaining. Okay, he's here. Okay, thanks. So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Sogi, my best friend and boyfriend. 3 months ago, when Lon Songhai introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. But why did Long Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Six's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too? The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting me as I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Bye, suckers. I'll see you next trial. I hope all of you go fuck yourselves. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I ever seen him, because he's a piece of shit who left after I was born. Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. And her shitty dad. He's never talked about this with me before though. It took time to adjust to having a father around. But just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, who was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. Ah, I see. As I'm sure you worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
Well, now everything makes sense.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon.
And not even after having a date!
But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time.
My peepness, I
As
mean...
if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life.
That's what she said.
In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
Yeah, that's what happened when you finish a chapter in Ace Attorney. It ends, and then the new one starts. The fuck are you talking about? Well, at least our boyfriend remembers us, which is better than the alternative. Okay, Twisted Carman, his last bow.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
He always says that shit. Eight days after that earth-shattering trial and Kazuma regaining his memory, we were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. 1st of November, 10:24 a.m. Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. Professor Mikoto is due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Except I kinda hate my dad. Sato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew? That he was actually the mass murderer, the professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. It's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, considering everything else.
They did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotova knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows then. About Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia and that he's regained his memory now. Ah, there she is. Oh. Oh, father. And yeah, obviously evil judge. I'd recognize his beard anyway. Hello, Susato, how are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived safe and sound. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo, very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh no, not at all, it's my pleasure. I've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news have crossed the seas. It has. I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man, and why do I feel as though I've seen him before? I take it from your expression that you quite can't place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? A firm tap should do it. Yes. A firm tap? What? Here we go, then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryonosuke Naruhodo, guilty. Oh! You're obviously evil judge. Court will now hear the trial of Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Your Excellency! Hello, Judge Shigaku, how are you? It's been a long time. Good, you remember now, that really did the trick. Guilty. Only I wasn't declared not guilty, wasn't I? Was there no... and there was no laughing at the time. So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. And neither did I. Didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? What are you talking about, Jujin? Of course, Yochigaku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotova. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? I knew you were jealous. Sorry, ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Seishiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on this study tour. Guilty as charged. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Yes, now, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Long Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did, I mean, how much trouble? Just to know, because I assume? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Yes, could you tell us more about it? If that's cool. Okay, before we get more about this from the Blowjob Brothers. Me looking at every pair of men. Oh, look, it's the Blowjob Brothers. Anyway, I'm gonna get myself some coffee and then
will converse with the Brojo brothers and see what blowjobs they'll be getting into. I mean, got into 16 years ago, because we're asking about that. Anyway, I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're back with the Blowjob Brothers. That's an acceptable thing to say about Eugene at the very least. Anyway, how was your journey? So, how was your voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. And I truly wonder if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris. We did, yes, though only for one night. It was full of French people. And yesterday evening, we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact, it starts tomorrow. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father. It doesn't make up for the fact that you weren't there for 6 years of my life, and by 6 years I mean the first 6 years. These things will say Shiro here. 16 years ago he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited, and I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugene. You were close friends with a professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Kazuma's father, I suppose. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? I love that Rinosuke's like, these guys just came from a trip. Like, they just came from a trip. They came from Japan, 50 days in the sea. They had to stay a night in Paris, which is terrible because Parisians. Like, not even just the French, it's like people from Paris. Famously not agreeable people, out of what I understand from the French people who have told me about Paris. And people who are not French who have also told me about Paris. And his first instinct, the first thing that he has to ask after, oh, so how you doing? How was the trip? Yeah, about the serial killer that was here like a bunch of years ago and killed a bunch of the aristocracy. He was your friend, wasn't he? Honk. Even. Like, come on, dude, have some, like, couldn't you wait? Couldn't you wait? That's correct. Genshin Asogi. Genshin Impact. No, that's terrible. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned that. You knew, I presume, Father. Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth when he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even if we're on, man. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up as if he were my own son. Yeah, because you did such a shitty job with your daughter, you had to do it to someone else's child. Then one day he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I didn't know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came to light in the trial the other day, actually. Oh, what? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma since turned up here in London working as the apprentice of Lord Van Six. What? What? That's news to us. So, Lord Strongheart telegram neglected to mention that part then. Well, what are you playing at, Lord Strongheart? As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father? In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. I sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive, and here in London, you say? I never dared even to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now. Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia. What? Amnesia? When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago. This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. And I don't like that you guys didn't know about it, because it feels like you should be in the conspiracy. I wonder why Long Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. I wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days. Would it be wrong for us? Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? Anyway, about your time in Britain. After that, Lord drops. That began 16 years ago. It's a distant memory, really. It was Yujin here, Genshin, Asogi, and myself. We were the original 3. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you. 16 years ago, things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady. Yes, grandmother told me, after complaining about his ass leaving us. He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Ugh, no more talk of grapes. Very often there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. You see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. You remember that Scottish prison governor? Kane, his name was. He was a good man. Okay, Jujin, you're mentioning some random guy that I can only assume is gonna appear because you mentioned him by name. And since you mentioned him by name, he's definitely gonna appear. And you're telling me that he's a good man, so he's gonna turn out to be an asshole. Yes, but then, of course, in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. But Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I know that man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing and I tried to speak in his defense, but... you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after that trial, we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. So Genshin didn't do it, did he? Like that's what I'm seeing here. Like that's what makes the most sense to me. Like he just didn't do it. Like somebody else did it, and that's why there's this whole conspiracy regarding, like, beyond the fact that there could have been an actual international issue with it, which I don't know if it would have been that big of a deal. Like,
It would have been bad, but not war entering war bad. I think. Um, Not murder of Duke Franz Ferdinand bad. Clearly he's clearly he was he was sold out. Like I'm pretty sure that's the entire point. Like he's not actually the professor, he's someone else, and he was used as a scapegoat because he was an easy scapegoat for some reason. Beyond the fact that he's Japanese and everybody's racist, so of course they're gonna blame the guy who's not white. Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. Oh, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. I'll go for the porter then. Just wait here. Sato-san's gone off on a run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo, I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. Oh no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. I'm kind of an disaster. Well, I do appreciate you. I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down. I appreciate that at least you're honest about it. You're not trying to lie to yourself. You're very direct. You fucked up. Yeah, you were kind of a shit dad. Not the shittiest dad. Not by a mile. But definitely top 5 worst dads in the series. Like, it's bad when I find Canis to be a more reasonable father figure. Like the guy from Investigation 2, that Canis. I think he's a better father figure. We're in that position at this point. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I had. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh, yes, Susato-san hinted at something like that. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable, that befits a grown man. And it was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. Imagine if every time you had like a breakdown, some big burly evil judge came to you and was like, hey, do you want to go to another country to study? That would make it so much easier. I was worried about I was too worried about you to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. But the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. I completely understand, Professor. I'm happy that you let her cross-dress to actually become a lawyer for like a day. I appreciate that. I think that was a cool thing to do. I think you should let her cross-dress more often. One more thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Okay, what's the favor? Oh, really? Of course, what can I do for you? I don't trust like that. Well, the thing is, I'm so sorry that took so long. Miss Sato! Now then, allow us to take your bags. Allow me to take your bags! One moment, if you please, Porter. Of course, sir! Aren't you the guy who was the head of the, You know, the guys, the taxi drive, the quote unquote taxi drivers, like, weren't you the head of like the union or something? The machine around your neck, it's a camera, I believe. Alright, sir, just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think, given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Ah, yes, of course. Ah, what a delightful photo. Ryanosuke looks like he's trying not to shit himself. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Nanohara. It's really made Father very happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Mikotowa was about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I don't want to be here. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. Time to be back at Sholmes' suite. That's Kazuma's silly little mask on the table. That also happens to be a trunk. So I see. 1st of November, Sholmes' suit. What was that? A man screaming in a most unflattering way. Do you think... could it have been Mr. Sholmes? Well, he is very unflattering. Oh my, I do hope not. I don't do it anymore. Manami. Stop this disgraceful display, huh? Who are these people? Look at the hair. It's bright red. I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. Ah, you two, you're coming with me now. Down to the clink. No, not in prison. It is dark and damp and I don't like it. Buff, it's the dark as it is, my friend. I am not scared. But you are always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan unnecessary insist. I don't like this. I don't like it. Well, tough. That finishes another day out. Now get moving. Bye then, Genie. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. And thanks, you great detective. Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Sushi, Anjuna. Hello, Iris. We're home. Where did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well, that's great news. I hope we'll get to see you, my daddy, again soon. Yes, of course. Dr. John H. Wilson. So, Iris, all that remains now is that greatest of problems known to man. But before we concern ourselves with that, I will leave some teas in noted on you, my dear fellows. What the fuck is up with your hair? Well, we need to talk. Holmes? It's incredible, but now he's slightly more likable. It makes sense. I don't like blondes. I famously don't. And, he is a blonde. So now, it's like, I still dislike him, but slightly less. Like, a layer of it has been... It's like an onion. One of the layers of hatred has moved on and has been cut up to be caramelized. Why that red though? That's terrible. Like, it's not a bad color, but it's not good for hair. Like, who do you think you are? Let me think about it.
Gebura Project Moon. That's the first one that came to mind. It could have been another character, to be fair. Their honest reaction to this. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I have a crumb or such like on my face? Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say.
Come along, everyone. A very lovely special point. Time for tea.
Whatever is going on here today. In that case, let us sit and drink now, for I am in fact expecting a guest later today. Yeah, about that, the mask Kazuma wore when he was assigned to Lord 1-6 as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. We ought to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend and your boyfriend? I guess it's complicated right now. Mr. Sholmes? Who were the two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals. Nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. When the mood takes you. All manner of infractions? But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. Oh my, you were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes. I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally.
You should have asked Rexy to come too. We could have had a wasting tea party.
I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place and the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha! I have it! A bungler! That's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. Okay, so Gregson is fucking dead. Like... yeah, he's dead. Definitely. Like... this is about Gregson getting killed. We get it. So those redheads had been up to no good. I wonder what the men did. What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before? Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes? How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Yeah, I had to see that in college. Well, in high school, and in middle school, and a little bit of college. But mostly on it was a philosophy class, and we had to revere evolution for like some stuff regarding, well, philosophy. As in philosophy of the era when like people were figuring that shit out. Good old Darwin, as we know. Well, technically Darwin wasn't the first person to come up with the theory, he's just the guy who got famous for it. But like, the idea of natural selection was already kind of like a thing. Well, I think I've heard a talk of it somewhere, possibly. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the tree-tops. Wait, what? We were apes? Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man. Our lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes? Why, is it not obvious, my dear madame? The problem of rent! me putting a hand on Sholmes' shoulder. Okay, so Sholmes, there was this guy who's gonna, well, there's gonna be this guy who's gonna come. His name is Mao Zedong. And he's gonna be in China. If that is a problem, because, you know, you're a Briton, not the most non-racist person around. And at some point, he's gonna have this idea, you see, and he's gonna kill a lot of property owners to redistribute that shit. And by redistribute, I mean mostly that the state is gonna own it, to, you know, give it to people. And I'm not saying that's the main solution. I'm not saying we have to kill all landlords. I'm not saying that's the solution. I'm saying it is an idea. It could solve some problems if we eliminate it, not necessarily violently, just, you know, landlords. Which is, I think it would be a good idea if those guys didn't own as many properties, for example, or just, you know, they didn't, that was illegal. I think maybe rent shouldn't exist. I think that property should be equally distributed depending on the needs of the people who are gonna live there. For example, perhaps everyone according to their needs, you know? Everything, even, according to their needs. Just saying. But do you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tussauds only the other day? Pshaw! A large sum! One potted hair for Iris and a new motor car for me later, and all of it was quite disappear, I assure you. Honestly, honey, you know you squandered it. Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, from the coming months at least. And what was that answer? Why, there is a substantial clue before your very eyes. Don't tell me. Let me see. Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There is one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. The hair. Is the hair. Is the fact that your hair is red. In the end? He's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation. I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. Anyway, about the fact that you lied to me. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth, and all the truth, and nothing but the truth? And if you don't tell me the truth, I'm gonna chuck you out of a window. Just over a week ago, you said to us, I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. That case about the SS Beria in January. Katsuma wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't there at the time. So what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. I mean, fair. That is true. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, you know, no? It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they carry him out of the cabin, I assemble them in the lobby area. And I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unladen from the ship in Hong Kong as a murder corpse. Oh, how horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. He didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? Its appearance in Hong Kong. Oh. I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes? Nothing of interest. It seems that there's nothing of interest. And I don't suppose we have... No. Okay, I guess we're gonna go see Long Strong Hat now. I don't like this. Band 6 is there. Okay, that's not a good sign. That's the opposite of a good sign, I feel. I don't like that he's there. Like, I can only, like, look, you can barely see Long Strong Heart just looking at our direction. He knows that we're here, and I don't like that he does. 1st of November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked from the judge. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Six doing here? His job, clearly. My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? This place is still stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. It's uncomfortable enough with the tension that I feel every time that my boyfriend is around and he doesn't, you know, treat me with any boyfriendness. I guess, also. My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress makes you all but invisible to me. Why are you so racist? Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. Yonosuke, you don't have to give it to them just because they're racist and white. And you're in their country. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord, I'm right here. Kill me now! Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such perfect temperature. If you're sure, the beds of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly. As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madame. Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Six. I will attend at once. Bye. Okay, not even... okay. He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he? I know! But I haven't done anything. Have I? Exist. You exist. You exist, Yonosuke. These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in a spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Mr. Naruhodo, he's talking about Dr. Scythe.
Of course. Oh god, just heal me. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just doing my job, question mark.
Fear not, you've done nothing wrong. Dr. Sight's own wrongdoing precipitated that situation. You needed consent yourself, we did any further.
That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me.
Lord Van Six is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. But disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday.
Oh my god, I swear to god, if they kill Kazuma just after they brought him back, I'm gonna become the Joker. Oh, missing? What's become of Kazuma-sama now?
Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million.
30 million? Are there even that many people in the world?
Oh, Yasuke, there's a lot more than that.
As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital of Tokyo is 2 million.
I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries.
It sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations!
The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques. And cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium has to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire. In order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the new world.
Me putting my hand on someone's shoulder. My dude, I hate to break this to you, but the second you vote Thatcher into power, everything is gonna go to shit slowly and painfully, and your country's gonna become a mockery. Like you're an embarrassment. Like you're an embarrassment. You make other countries in your union look worse. Like, do you think Scotland deserves that shit? No. Scotland is fine. So is Wales, for that matter. And the Irish. Everybody loves the Irish. Like, you're gonna make them look worse just because you, specifically England, sucks ass. He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the GR from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions.
Well, that's your own fault. I would argue.
I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Sight at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department.
And can you not do that now?
Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep this story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say.
Unintended repercussions of a trial. We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though.
Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way.
Wait, I need to remember something. I don't think we have... Yeah, no, we don't have Clint. But like... Am I misremembering that they said that Clint was Attorney General at one point? Like... Am I misremembering that? Because if I'm right, and Clint Van Six was like the Attorney General at one point, or at least he was at the position that Strongheart is right now, that would be ultimately the motive. If, like, this is clearly a conspiracy. I've been saying this is the first game. And Strongheart is obviously evil. I've also been saying that since the first game. So I can only assume that he's the person behind this shit. That's his motive. Like, his motive, if he's the person behind this, and he's the one responsible for Clint Van Sick's murder, and then he used Kazuma's dad as a scapegoat, is because his intentions is to get to be Attorney General to do whatever the fuck he wants. Because he clearly wants to make the trains run on time, as they say. Like, he's a fascist. What I'm saying is that he's a fascist. That's it. He's a fascist, okay? Like, that makes perfect sense. Like, that's his motive. Although, that begs the question about all of the other murders. Like, what was behind those? Because it was just members of the aristocracy. Like, it could be that the professor was never caught, and... like, it's a Jack the Ripper situation, where, like, he was never found, but they grabbed the guy as a scapegoat for someone else's murder that was specifically made to look like because they were copycat Jack the Ripper murderers at one point or another. In fact, I think there was at some point questioning of like how many of the victims were actually Jack the Ripper and how many victims were just either unrelated or copycat murders, taking advantage of the fact that Jack the Ripper was still at large to, you know, kill someone and get away with it because they assumed that it was Jack the Ripper. Like, that's the thing. Like, is it that kind of situation or is it something else? About Lord Van Sick's apprentice. Ah, yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say. That you and he are old friends. How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Six in the first place? He came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Oh my, so he stowed away to get here. He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact that he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Six. That way I could keep an eye on him. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Six with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask? Ryunosuke, sweetie, honey, darling, clearly he's lying. He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Six. I have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh. I take it you also didn't know that the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Genshin Asogi. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock, finding out my friend's father was, you know. Ah, yes. Genshin Asogi, the professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. There were such awful murders, and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. Actually, you say that as if British people aren't racist. Like, I'm sorry, that's the most unrealistic part of... It's an Ace Attorney game and everything, but like, the most unrealistic thing here, by far, is No one would believe that the Asian guy would have been the mass murderer. Dude, so you know how many people go to jail for not being white? A bunch of people go to jail for not being white. That's their only crime. There's no proof, and the only reason they get condemned is because they're not white. People have died because of this. Like, death penalty died. Like, they've been killed by the state because they weren't white. Like, this is the reality of the world. It sucks ass, but it is true. Like, in Spanish we call it portación de cara, which is basically just the act of having the wrong face, let's say. And that could be skin color, it could be having tattoos because it's not even about like just your face, it could be piercings, it could be anything. Just socially unacceptable things. So it happens everywhere, it sucks ass. You cannot make me believe that a British guy in the 1900s couldn't have grabbed some random Asian guy and blamed him for a bunch of serial murders, and a jury would have been like, yeah, I don't know, I don't believe that. No, absolutely they would believe it. That's the most unrealistic thing about this game. Like, no, it's easier to convince them that a non-white person did it than a person who happened to be white. Which I assume is the reason why you had to use him as a scapegoat. The true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. No, your excuse to not make it public was the entire, like, deal that your governments were having. So, bringing this up just proves my point. Like, this is just a conspiracy, it's a setup that he's using because he wants to be Attorney General. I'm considering all of the murders were aristocracy. I wouldn't even be surprised if he's the person behind all those murders on purpose to get the position he wants. Like, 100%. Like, at this point, clearly, obviously evil man Mel Strongheart has to be behind this bullshit. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relationship between our two nations at the time, I understand. Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. What? Supporters of mass murder? The majority of the mass victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway. Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey. Well, well, well. Oh, okay. And nothing. Okay, I guess we're going back to the consultancy. I see how it is. 1st of November. Remember the 1st of November. No, wait, it was the 5th of November, not the 1st. Now, how does legal consultancy? Yeah, what to do, because I'm confused. It's good news that Professor Migotova arrived safely, isn't it? Yes, it's wonderful, and the fact that Father has been invited to this important international event really makes me very proud to be his daughter, even though he's a deadbeat dad, and someone should do something about that. Which I agree. Your father, Joji Goku, awesome, Kazuma, of course, I guess. There's an ever-increasing number of Japanese here in Britain's capital, isn't there? Well, yes, I suppose so. But London does have a population of 6 million people, so I think we're still a minority. Sato-san's father, who came here as a visiting student 16 years ago, and Kazuma, it's almost as if some great power has been at work, driving them here across the ocean to London. And I feel as though the waters are starting to swell again now. Maybe I need to check something. Let's see. What's new in... This looks normal. Well, there's the mask. Oh! Huh, I don't think that's... I've seen that before. Like, I don't think that... that newspaper is usually there. This looks like last week's edition. What's that article circled in red ink there? It's an advertisement column. It says... To the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? What's that? I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but... Yeah. There's something on my face. Clearly this has something to do with that. Lively hair. Well. I guess, It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. Can I assume it was you? To the Red-Headed League. Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last, you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruto. Sorry? In the first instance, and quite indispensable observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? Okay. So what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you've circled? You noticed it in the paper, then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me. We listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. Anong conditional salary of £4 a week? My £4 a week? But why? What are they paying people for? I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement. But surely every red-headed person in the country will be flocking to join in that case. You're wise, Sushi. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. So will I, just on the off chance. That might be stretching a point, I think. The trouble is they have a fixed number of members, you see. Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away. It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes. So you decided to try to join in his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you seen such a redhead fellow? Had you ever seen such a redheaded fellow? No. So why? Why do you have to go so wrong? What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruto. It begs me to admit it. Okay. What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes? I'm glad you asked, Miss Sato. What you see atop my head is neither dye nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight by the wonders of chemistry. Chemistry? I was conducting some research into the method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. And in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair aflame like red. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. I think I'll pass.
But Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it?
Amateurs are always hampered by such fears.
Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say?
But of course! To earn £4 a week, to earn £4 per week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely.
No, anyway, Fairly left full of confidence yesterday with his newer hair. What the park on Lime Street where they had a league were interviewing prospective new members. So what went wrong?
The whole park was choked with red-headed folk like a coaster orange sparrow. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Yeah? Ah, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?"
Yeah?
Huh? So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shh! Don't give me away!" After which I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, when I looked into the mirror, irritation stared within me. So I turned that pair into the police.
Oh yeah, what a disaster. But Leander's two redheads. This man is an idiot. Ikalingaling.
Aha! Here is my guest now, my latest client with money to spend.
Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Harley, so I can wind it down.
Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. Must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating, save locating a runaway, of course.
Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh yeah, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due. That's a loud truck. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, please, oh please. Please find my husband. He's run away.
Damn. To upset me.
I beg your pardon?
Never mind! A personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruto? I didn't say a word! Come, my dear madame, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please.
Of course.
What's the matter, Miss Sato?
Oh, it's just that gentlewoman.
Yeah, we know, it's the jury from the last trial.
I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently.
Yes, now you come to mention it.
As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil.
Even in Vigil?
I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object, simply name your figure.
Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madame. Your rent is due. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough. That's why you don't get any money.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence.
I will of course make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you will remember your words also.
If I may inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be...
Oh, me. What I'm about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand? Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before despair anything which you may say to me. I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up? Madame. Forgive me for asking, Miss Virgil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps? Oh my! Pshaw, my dear fellow! What is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. Oh, come on, you're the guys who say all Asian people look the same. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Ah, I knew I recognized her. You have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it serves shivers down my spine. I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean. Pardon? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can hear. It was frippery, really, nothing more. Now look what you've started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes! Each. Tell us about your husband, madame. Mr. Vigil, my daily is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here. He looks like a nerd. An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married? It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As it would appear, I need only look at you to know these things. Oh gosh. Your dress is the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me. Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some accident or another. Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. But if he's incurred some miscreants, he'll will. What exactly is your husband's line of work? He's a warder at the prison. Oh. God, that is somewhat unusual. Is this? What was the story called? The Man with the Twisted Lip? Was it something like that? I don't remember the name, but I remember vaguely about this. Like, it's a guy who, like, if memory serves me right, he gets kicked out of his job, so he starts moonlighting as a beggar. Which, hilariously, he makes more money as a beggar than he did in his job. And it's this entire thing of, like, nobody knows where he is, where he's working as a beggar, because he's clearly using a disguise, and he's just, like, too ashamed of, like, the entire thing to actually go out and admit that that's what he's doing. It was something like that. So your husband is a prison warder. That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's a chief warder. Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those stressful punishments and see that they're carried out. Dreadful punishments. Does she mean capital punishments? And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged? Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes. Really, Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there is a large cemetery just behind it. Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery. Isn't it the cemetery where, like, the professor came out of a grave? Yeah, it is. No! Lowgate Cemetery? The very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable. Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me. Ah, pay no heed, madame, pay no heed. A private matter. This can't really be a coincidence, can it? It's never a coincidence. So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance, where did you realize he was missing? Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday. I'm sorry, yesterday? That really is recent, laughably so. The truth is my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away from his work. It is not all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever can have happened? My dear Miss Vigil, please calm yourselves. Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas as my husband has only been missing for a day. I was asked to wait patiently at home. In truth, Miss Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another man has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it. It's not about the money. You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention. You seek only to put this suit's rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Which, like, fair, but also. Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Miss Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation. Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir. Fear not, madame. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure. So soon. Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes. Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. Okay. Thank you. Now allow me to show you to the door. I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. Okay. You know, I think it every time, Hurley. But how do you come up with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure? I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one may say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case?
Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent! And what do you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that. Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned amongst the students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned victims. Convicts, rather. I can't read it. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated. The professor. And now a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed. But nothing you can handle, I'm certain, Mr. Naruhodo. Story? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean, would you? It's the prison governor you want, and no doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair! I'm gonna kill this man. Like, this is your job, it's your rent that is in danger. Like, I pay my dues. I need you to leave. I need you to leave, Sholmes. I need you to leave. Yeah, my honest reaction to that. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was a quite different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now you'll excuse me. I'm rather busy. Of course you are. This motherfucker. Barclay Prison is at the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its four high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. I love that clock. Hilarious. Extremely dangerous, but also hilarious. Like, funniest clock ever. Also, buy a beer cage for that bird. 1st of November, Barclay Prison Governor's Office. This place is full of hardened criminals. I can't remember the last time a civilian was done here. And you didn't want to talk to an inmate but to me. Man. Then can who I am. I'm the governor of Eric Caden. Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Renosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. And I need to know, see. Does that mean? Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan! Do you say Japan? Yes? Well, there's not any of your kind here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh? I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. He's being sarcastic. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about... I don't like to be so direct, but... I have no intention of speaking with Eliza, you suspicious-looking Easterners. Ah, you're one of those openly racist people in London. I see. Okay. Now get out of my hair. So, as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. Should have said that we were Chinese. That surely means... I think it's because of the professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago. It's been 10 years and this guy is A, still working here, and B, still salty. Genshin Asogi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I have none! You're sniffing around about the case, aren't you?
Agents, eh? Part of the professor's great web, no doubt. No, not at all. We're just... Okay, gone we, before I punch your lights out. We're going, you racist asshole. Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless you can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden? What are you thinking, Mr. Sato? I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some idea to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. I say get out! Ah, he's that angry, huh? Well, let's leave. Oh, it was, yeah. It was Daddy. Well. That's Professor Mikotoba over there. Ah, hello you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked. But where's Judge Shigoku? Yes, he's not the relaxed sort. He's taking himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. Having only just arrived in the country today, goodness, he's full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you'd known the priest of Governor at Rare Clay Prison. Oh, from Governor Caden, you mean? So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Oh, would you? That would be wonderful if you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee, if you will. Now, I have a rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know. Oh, sorry, I didn't say that out loud, did I? You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that your Naruhodas are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? I would say it's the second. Let's not fall out now. I have an idea. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Thank you. Good luck then. Thank you. Also, please stop opening your legs like that, slut. Nobody needs you to be man-spreading. If you just cast your eyes over these, Governor Caden. What's this then? You kinda pull the wool over my eyes, you're a good friend, nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba. Ah, that young joke from the forensics laboratory. Dan Mikotoba? Yes, exactly him. Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Jujin Mikotoba's daughter, Sato. King, the other young man's daughter? And you didn't think to mention that before? I do apologize. Aye, well, you best take the seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And then I forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. He has explored so many men's bodies. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the onset now. So then, what can I do for you, hen? Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your warders. You see, he's gone missing. Missing? That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor. I have never had anything nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison.
Oh, but how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder.
Ah, Vigil.
That's right, his wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance.
Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now.
Clearly that means something to him. Will you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir?
Aye, of course.
We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison.
Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, not about it. He was a fine warder.
Sorry, did you say was?
Aye, he doesn't work here no more. He left the job.
Oh my. When was this exactly?
There's a question when it was about. It kinda have been much less than 10 years ago now.
What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago.
Aye, as I mind it. You can have now heard this fella's name in all that time. That's a worry if he's gone missing though.
But Miss Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Kadin, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here?
That's important, is it?
Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago.
Ah, which was exactly when the professor was being held at the prison. So Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of chief warden 10 years ago, is you're telling us. What happened to make him leave the job?
In actual fact, he did not leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter.
You mean he was dismissed?
It was after a particular walk.
Sorry, a walk?
Aye, that's a word for it here. A walk to the gallows.
An execution.
It's the job of the chief warden to prepare the gallows tree and oversee the execution, you see. Only, Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walkout he was bad in.
What did he do?
I'm sorry, but cannot reveal that information. I can tell you that it's very rare for a chief warden to be relieved of his post.
But why wouldn't Miss Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here.
I wouldn't know anything about that, I'm afraid.
Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal?
What would that be, Hen?
That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's?
My thoughts exactly. I'm sorry, I really am. But I'm not at liberty to answer that.
I see. I mean, that's basically confirmation. Like, by all means, that might as well just be confirming the thing. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted.
In that room, the prison and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. There you can.
Yes, I can imagine.
The advancement of medicine science isn't always particularly palatable. Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard, in the basement of San Sinners. He's still in use today. San Sinners? That's come up before, I'm sure. Yeah, it's where Olive Green was, and also Sholmes for like a hot minute. I think it was San Sinners. Yes, that's right. We've been there. Mikotowa and I often used to ride in the cars together and negotiate terms. For more fresh material, I suppose. Aye, and we used to sit in here for hours and gabble on the wood dissection and all sorts. And it takes me back. Yeah, he definitely explored his, they explore each other's bodies. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cuff biscuits, of course. How charming. He was a good fella, your father. Reliable, and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese. Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose. Well, I cannot tell you anything else. Thank you so much for your time, Governor. Oh, one moment before you're away, Anne. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir, your visit to the prison. What is it? That's Virgil's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course. Oh my, are you sure? Aye, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original mine. Thank you very much, Governor Caden. Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed. Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found about what we found out about Mr. Vigil. You know, what will he tell Miss Vigil? I wonder. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine. Actually, before we move on, let me examine these. Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. SS Grouse, first class cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11th of September, London arrival 1st of November. Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikotowa and Judge Jigoku came from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before arriving in Dover. To think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Wiria. It seems a shame not to keep your tickets as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. And I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange! Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that a comment accompanied by a little sigh? Well, good thing that I checked. And I don't suppose you have? No. Well... yeah, no, it looks normal from here. Unless... yeah, no, this looks normal. Okay. 25th of June. Chief Warden Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Aiding and abetting the escape... reason for dismissal. Aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict censored just prior to his execution. Details of this escapade are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquirers will be expected. Prison Governor barricading. Okay. Additional notes. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with the prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. Okay. And is there anything in the... No. Okay. Just the Red-Headed Club. The Red-Headed Society. The Society for the Redheads. 1st of November, Sholmes' suite. We're back! Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all. Ah, she made us scones. I love this child. Ah, so that's what the delicious melting. Greetings, my dear fellows. Okay, Sholmes, we need to talk. I don't know what potion you made this time. I don't know what bullshit you pulled off. But I need it. I want my hair to be a hilarious shade of blue. I would like it if it was a few shades darker. I'm not gonna lie. But if you gave it to me and my hair was permanently blue and I didn't have to do anything about it, I would love that. Like, literally on my knees, I'll suck your dick. Like, I don't care. I want blue hair. Like, I would debase myself for that shit. You return a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Say nothing! Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Oh my. Pray tell me, what about word our friend? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, yes, something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. It most certainly isn't. But still, we discovered that... Sholmes! Oh, it's... Well, yeah, I think Gregson is already dead. I can only assume, anyway. Drop everything, Sholmes, this is more important! Gina? I can't believe it. What's happened? You're gonna tell me that Gregson is dead? Clearly a very great man indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's a buzz. Yeah, Gregson is fucking dead. What do you mean, Inspector Gregson? The boss is... He's dead. What? They just found his body, shoving a pistol. What? But... Inspector Gregson, he was murdered? No, not Gwexy. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was... He was really shot? I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene. Where did this take place? A little rented room in a building full of flats in Fresno Street. The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss, he was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but One day I was gonna show him. I was gonna show him how to become a proper detective. Oh, Yini. Well, that's a problem. So, who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? Know him already. Already? You caught the shooter so soon. A witness reports something was going on and the boys got straight down there to kill him. Who? What awful person did this? I still can't believe in myself. Gina? Girlie, who is it? It was the Reaper. Oh god fucking damn it, Vac 6. Wait a minute, you don't mean they've arrested Lord Van 6 for it? That's right. The Reaper's blood gone and shot the boss. No, Lord Van 6. Yeah, this is a setup. Like, Van 6 is a lot of things, but he wouldn't have done that. Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? Is Baron Van 6 the police have arrested? I saw him with my own eyes in the interview room at the yacht. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses. They're all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard a gunshot apparently, and when our Lord got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper block in the room. But there's no way Lord Van 6 would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. And you stop reading my thoughts. Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry. What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cow of the scene right now. Please cover no. As soon as you can. You gotta help. Oh, this poor child. It's a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot has unfolded. No wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, hmm? How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson! Mr. Mercado, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until... oh, God damn it, I thought you were looking for a second. Until later then! And then he left. He didn't even care about his hair. Inspector Gregson dead and Lord Van 6 arrested. Bueno, Sushi! I call you a handsome. It's waiting outside. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mrs. Sato? Yes. Okay, so... clearly, it wasn't 1-6. I don't think he's related to it. Like, not directly, like, it's not his fault. He's just sitting reading like a nerd. Disgusting. So, I'm trying to figure it out. So, Gregson was supposed to get killed. We know this. It was on the note. Like, Wilson was there. Giselle Brett, who was there with her other name, the Assassin, was there. And then it was Gregson and Kazuma. And the implication seemed to be that either all of them were to die, or the first person was supposed to kill the second. So Kazuma was supposed to kill Gregson, and Giselle Brett was supposed to kill Dr. John H. Wilson in Japan. So, She did that murder, then she got killed, but she got killed by a completely unrelated party, like these Japanese nationalists who would have nothing to do with this bullshit. And then Kazuma turned out to be alive, so he never got killed. And I don't think that Russian ballerina lady was trying to kill him. So there's that. And now Gregson is dead. So clearly, it's the second option. Like, each person, like the first person on the list was supposed to kill the one next to them. So, oh, sorry, I hit my mic with my shoulder of all things. I apologize for that. So Kazuma was supposed to kill Gregson. So the question here is, did Kazuma actually kill Gregson? Because there's a non-zero possibility that he did. If he did not kill Gregson, then somebody else has to have killed Gregson. So it has to be someone who is related to all of this conspiracy. And they're just putting Band 6, like, they're putting the guilt on Band 6 because he's not a convenient, like, presence. Like, he's a piece of shit and racist, like most people here. But he's a relatively good prosecutor. And he clearly cares more about the truth than about all of the bullshit that is going on. So it has to be someone in the conspiracy doing this. And the only person who seems likely is Strongheart. And if he's not Strongheart, which there's a very real chance that he would not dirty his hands on it, he sent someone else to do it. But it wouldn't be Kazuma because he no longer has control over him. Like, whatever it is that he had over him, like, I don't think it matters anymore, considering Ryonosuke's presence here and everything that has happened up until this point. So it has to be either Strongheart or another person who's working for Strongheart, whoever that is. Anyway, 1st of November, local prison cell 1. There he is, Lord 6 behind bars. Reminds me of my other boyfriend. Well, Phoenix 6 boyfriend, really. So it's true, he really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord 6! Hi. Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, but the last person on Earth I'd like to see. I couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened, that you, that Inspector Gregson was, you know. Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But... Forgive me, Lord 6, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions, except that last case at the end of the first game. He was a bastard then. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. Except not really, but we're gonna do it anyway. You must help us with our investigations, please. There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? This? The yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share details with the suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might that be? Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Herving. Of course, yes. I keep forgetting that they went to the same university. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace. So let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord 6 never minces his words. But they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord 6? What happened? How much do you already know? We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street. And that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room and that some witnesses heard a gunshot. Then you're well informed. and there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. I feel like I grabbed the gun just by instinct like in that other case in the first game of the series. You know the one. But the gun shot, obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise. However, before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? I don't need to answer that. Oh. After all, you're not representing me. He is going to need a lawyer, though. Do you want me to represent you, though? Would you like that? Do you want me to be a friend? Do you want that? Would that be okay? Who is going to be representing you in court, Lord 16? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Man! Who do you think you are? Edward? Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as of yet? Defense lawyers shy away over any trial involving the Reaper, I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, all the defendants are prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. Surely not. I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Valley. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? After the trial, Professor Hairbrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean? Yes, so it seems. Your stupid little Nipponese friend, for example. He told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Hairbrain is safely back in Germany now. He is. So, it appears the conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Von Six, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. I'm super cool like that. You trust me, do you? Yes. Against my... against better thoughts. Against my trust. My own self-trust. My own self-belief. Like, look, dude, you're a racist, but of all the racists that I've dealt with, you're one of the least annoying ones. I'll give you that much. Like, I'll give you that, you being one of the least awful racists. Which is a series of words that I said. Like, I don't know how to express this, but yeah, basically, okay, fine. I guess I trust you a little bit. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can be used as evidence in court, in a court of law, subtly. Not exactly, you know, kosher to do that. It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one. Think you are? I trust no one, you piece of shit! What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. Okay, I take it back, you're so racist right now. But, please? I have no intention of engaging your services. The chasm between us is just too wide and deep, it seems. Too wide and too deep, rather. That's what she said. I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. Do you have a crush on me? I have a boyfriend. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Seeks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Well, that was completely fucking useless. God forbid. Ah, the room in Fresno. 1st of November, room on Fresno Street. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So these those didn't rent their old room is where it happened then. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere. Oi, what do you think you're doing there? Every one of them droids has gotta be taken right out so you can look out of the need at all. I want the space above the ceiling chair, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey, ain't you lot never gone over a house looking for dough and the owners are out of town? Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Ah, so you turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't never been here long myself. Hello again, Gina. Charles has only just left. You're lucky I missed that. He went prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and flicking at eyes and then just carpet. Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah, he didn't stop saying nothing to me, listening to no one, not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated too? Listen, you're a lawyer, right? Yes, why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to have a Reaper blog, are ya? Oh, poor Gina. She's never going to forget, is she? That trial would haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Six really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, although go investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina. Well, let's confess we had first. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. It's what, half a year since I got out of the clink? That's when I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead. Oh yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about Austin then. But it turns out he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really? I'd say he managed to solve some really tricky case just like that. He did. Yep, I know since then he started going on all sorts of investigation, but it's always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper, no? And look where I landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? I heard him say as much. I take in my heart out after the fellas where he works. not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke. I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard. It says something else to me, you know. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, cause he only goes after people who would have bad. It did kinda set my mind at ease when you said that. Right. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently being rented by some cop called Hook Bone. Hugh Bone? Huge Bone, I get it. It's sort of a here today, gone tomorrow name, that, isn't it? Yeah, he's what we call an identified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right, all the lads from the Yap Island to get stuck into the investigation. But as the leader here, no one knew what to do with themselves. I do wonder. Yes, Mrs. Sato? Well, couldn't it be that this huge bone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of him. I never even considered that. Nice work, sis! You are actually following a line of inquiry that ourselves. You are? If you look around the room, you'll see there's a few things that hint at it. We should really investigate this place in detail. I see that's where the poor inspector was found, over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet would hit him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall. Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles apart apparently. And the gun is on the floor. Is on the floor. Is a Reaper's in it? No denying that. What, really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big white eyes. I'm only saying what I heard. I don't know much about guns myself. But that's some big lawman or whatever so said so. Why don't you ask him? A big wig lawman. Is it? Anyway, from the street runs along under the window there. There was some street seller just outside who had a gunshot. But I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down the yard for questioning that one. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here after all. They'll all be getting a grilling. Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. The lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for and you'll be up for a grilling and all. So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. Well, let's check the place. Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. They are, look, Mr. Naruhodo, quickly. Why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow? Of course she's familiar, we met her only this morning. Ah! It's Miss Vigil! This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Miss Vigil in here? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. Sorry to say, I have no idea either. Well, good to know. This looks like some sort of notice board or something. And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look. This, you mean, is an autopsy report, isn't it?
And these are case notes here, and details of prison inmates.
Yes, in fact, they're all the sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire.
What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah, and this one here.
Ah, yes, the advertisement, you mean, to the Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing here?
Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason.
The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off.
Yes, there's wax splattered on the wall behind, look.
I suppose if a bullet hit it.
It does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body.
Now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. Don't be dramatic. Oh, what's this?
It would appear to be a little motor policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way.
Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson?
It's a little hard to imagine Lorvan 6 playing with something like this.
It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case.
Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful after all, in a way.
This is presumably the murder weapon then.
Oh my, it's real, I suppose.
I think so? It is a gun? It might be the murder weapon? Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them.
There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot!
No, no, no! If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. Probably best to avoid handling it. What do you mean? I need to be more precise with that wig, I guess. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing.
Oh, funnily enough, neither can I.
It's a hairpiece, isn't it?
It is. A bright red hairpiece.
And I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it?
And in such a flame-colored red, too.
Yes, that's a color we come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it?
Exactly. This is a vital crew, I'm sure of it.
Okay. So I suppose this is where the victim...
That's right, the rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. But Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away.
And will probably be under Dr. Sykes' scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week.
From the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball.
We call that the fetal position.
Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost.
I know it's just a rope, but, well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that blood stain next to it.
Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality.
Susato-san is so strong though, she's taking this far better than I am. Excuse me. If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. Somebody's very haphazardly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't even really call it a window anymore.
If you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room that was totally blocked up with bricks.
This one does at least still let some light in. You could say nothing more about it. Starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. Anything else? An empty fireplace makes a room for even colder. Makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? It's thick with dust. Look. I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardly in cold weather. Or nobody lived here at all, and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. Excuse me. Sorry, sir, can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. Right, perhaps I'd better leave you to your work then. Excuse me? Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir. Poor man, he can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Well, I think we're not gonna get anything from that, so let's check the stuff that we added to the core record then. I've always wondered, what's the underside of a hairpiece looks like? That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must use, you must have to use loads of bird lime to keep it in place on your head. So it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think? Okay. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh my, it's real, I suppose. I think so. Okay. Okay, that's the same thing as before. I guess I'm gonna have to find someone better with firearms. Oh, there. The helm of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too, for fun? Ah! What's that? It appears to be some sort of key. It's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size. So what is it for, I wonder? This looks like some sort of key. Yes, it does. A very tiny and simple key. What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for? Excellent question. And let's see. Ah, there's some black marks here, look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's being cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. And otherwise it seems fine. And okay, the photograph seems to just be, well, a photograph. And let's see, what time is it? Oh, we're at time. Excellent. Well, we'll finish investigating here. I assume we have to show the gun to a genie. But we'll finish investigating here tomorrow. And then we'll continue tomorrow. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Like I say, tomorrow Grade A Satanic Chronicles. I guess we're gonna have to save Van 6. I guess that's our job now. I'm so tired. Do I like the game? Yes. It is fun. It's great. Very good writing, actually. Except for a couple of things that made me go, really? That's kind of silly. Okay, sure. But also, you can only deal with racist Londoners so much. Like, in general. You know what I mean? But anyway, we're close to the end, so I'm not gonna have to deal with those bitches ever again. Unless... but anyway, again, thank you everybody for being here. More of this tomorrow. Have a good rest of the day. A good end to your week and a good start to your weekend. And I'll see you tomorrow. Again. For, the conclusion of this section of the investigation for this case, I suppose. And, probably having Van 6 accept or help. Because I fear that we're gonna have to, force him to accept or help. That's just kind of the person he is. Bye, everyone.